Autumn. Sorry, are we going to get Tricia on the screen before we start, or will I start now and Tricia will come on?
I'm here. Good morning, everybody.
Thank you. So good morning, members of the board, staff, guests, and any members of the public. We are going to call this meeting to order at 9:05. Autumn, may I ask you to take the roll, please?
Yes, I just want to make sure that E-Scribers is on.
Yes, they're on.
Thank you. Okay, John Gilbert, Susan Galpin,
Here.
Laura Engineering,
Here.
Judge Kiefer,
Present.
Judge Marwell,
Present.
Tricia Schaefer.
Present.
And we have a quorum today. Thank you, Autumn. I'd like to make a note that we will go into possible executive session, likely will do so. Notice is hereby given that at any time during this meeting, the Judicial Appointments Advisory Board may make a motion to recess into executive session for items number 4 and 6 today, with all the reasonably necessary city staff to discuss the candidates and interviews related to the appointment and employment of a city judge, and to further discuss and consult with the attorneys and representatives of the public body for legal advice and/or to discuss confidential records or information related to the same pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A1, 2, and A3. Thank you. So we're going to move on to our first item of business, approval of executive meeting minutes of December 14, 2021, and the members of the board should have had that to view. Do I hear a motion that we approve those?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Judge Kiefer. Any discussion? There being no discussion, the minutes are approved. Going on to number 2, the approval of January 11, 2022.
I think we may need to vote.
Returning to item 1.
Thank you, Judge Marwell. I couldn't get my mute fast enough, off fast enough.
And are we waiting for another member to vote?
Aye.
Yeah, the voting machine doesn't work. I would ask Autumn to call the vote on that, please.
Okay, John Gilbert,
In favor, aye.
Susan Galpin,
Aye.
Laura Engineering,
Aye.
Judge Kiefer,
Aye.
Judge Marwell, Tricia Schaefer.
Aye.
Thank you. Number 2, approval of January 11, 2022 Judicial Appointments Advisory Board draft meeting minutes and executive meeting minutes. I would ask for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Autumn, please call the roll vote.
John Gilbert,
Aye. In favor.
Susan Galpin,
Aye.
Laura Engineering,
Aye.
Judge Kiefer,
Aye.
Judge Marwell,
Aye.
Tricia Schaefer.
Aye.
Number 3, we go to public comment. The purpose of this item, this section, is to give the public an opportunity to give comments or input regarding the performance of the presiding judge candidates listed below. Do we have any public at our meeting today?
We do not.
Thank you, Autumn. We'll close the public comment section at this time. Number 4, discussion of additional reference checks or additional information received related to the 6 candidates being considered. Members, I would suggest if we do have anything further to discuss, that we go to executive session. May I have a discussion regarding that, please?
So you propose going to executive session at this point? If
I don't propose we do. I'm just suggesting that if there is anyone here on the board who would like to do that, this is an opportunity to do so in item number 4.
And we're still going to have an opportunity to go to executive session later,
In
either
number
during the
6.
interviews or after?
After the interviews, correct. Okay, there being no request for an executive session for any additional reference checks, we can close item 4. And Autumn, just so that you know, we are ready for number 5 at the pleasure of you and our guests.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Adamo. Thank you for your time and for being here in person. We do have some questions to ask you, and would like you to feel comfortable, and you have water, and we are all ready to get to know you a little better. So we're going to start with Laura Engineeri, who will begin the questioning. And at the end of these questions, Mr. Adamo, please, we will ask if you would like to give a concluding comment. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Adamo. Thank you for being here. First question, besides what you provided in your application materials, what else would you like to share with us regarding your qualifications, accomplishments, or desires for appointment? And then additionally, is there anything you wish us to be aware that might impact your appointment relative to your standing with the Arizona Bar?
Okay. You said my standing with the Arizona Bar.
Yes, that's the second part of that question.
Okay. Do you mind if I handle that one first?
Of course not.
I don't understand. My standing with the Arizona Bar is impeccable. So can you just clarify? Is that the answer you were looking for, or? Okay.
That's a great answer.
Yeah.
It's a standard question we're asking all the applicants.
Yes. Over time, I've had some client complaints, but they never came to any fruition, and mostly had to do with the clients were dissatisfied with the outcome of the case, which typically it's not within my control as a lawyer how the outcome comes out. That's really the outcome of the judge. You never know what the judge is going to decide. So, but the bar never went any further than that. So, other than that, there's nothing else. No other infractions. My qualifications is I've never been a judge, but I've been a settlement judge, and I've worked pro tem because I desire to be a judge. I've been a lawyer for about 10 years, And you just realize that you may be better, you may serve better as something else. And so I enjoy the adversarial aspect of lawyering, but I feel like I would be better. I'm more even-headed and I'm more reasonable, and I'm sort of testing that in my pro tem work. So recently, I've been doing settlement conference work, and I've had 3, and I've settled every one of them. And in fact, one of the lawyers from one of the ones I settled is in the next one that I have in February. So I was wondering what the odds of that were to get the same lawyer in another settlement conference. So I feel like I'm doing well there, and so my qualifications will come out of this desire to be a judge, number one, and second, it's my experience as a lawyer, where I've watched other judges and how they handle their cases and how they do their work, and when I approach a case, that's on my mind. It's what is the judge going to, how is the judge going to view this? So oftentimes I might have 2 different issues, and I will think about how the judge is going to look at it, and I will, that may change which one I'll put forward first. So I'm sort of developing a judge mentality. So I think that there are others that have applied that are probably already been judges, and I realize that I'm a lawyer. So I know that affects me that way, but all I can say is that it's been a goal of mine, and that I'm working. I'm not going to stop here. If I don't get this job, I'm going to continue to be a judge pro tem. I'm going to continue to seek out other appointments because it's my goal, and somehow it'll happen. One way or the other.
Thank you, Mr.
I hope
Adamo.
did I fully answer your question?
I think so. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Thank you. So I have a question.
Sure.
The city of Scottsdale is committed to equity in all its government operations, and we would want to know, what steps would you take to accommodate defendants who have limited English-speaking skills, for example, or other special needs? Do you consider, can you tell us something about how you would consider these needs of those who come before you, whether they be, regardless rather of their station, of their responsibility?
And yes. I like that. First, just to answer that as a quick answer, without question, I would accommodate that, especially a language issue. I had an experience a few years ago where a judge, it was a pro tem judge, and the judge, the person couldn't speak. They had some problem, and just the way that it went, the judge basically actually, instead of continuing it and waiting for the person to be able to communicate clearly with the court, the judge just handled the case and adjudicated it. And it struck me as very strange, because I thought, the people are coming to the court and asking a judge to decide something for them. And so the judge has to be able to understand what the issues are, and to listen to that defendant or that litigant and hear that story and to understand it clearly. So if someone has a problem with communications, then I would just take painstaking measures to make sure that I'm able to understand them, and that so that I can get to the bottom of what the dispute is.
Right. Well, thank you very much. Do you have any comment about any other special needs? Have you had experience whereby there have been other special needs that you've had to accommodate, for example?
I guess sometimes people have, they could be deaf and they can't hear, or they could be blind and but people who are deaf and blind are they accommodate themselves. But I would do, because they accommodate their disability, that particular disability, but I would still make accommodations to make sure that they can communicate their case, that they can understand what's the proceedings that are going on around them, and whatever they would need for that. And then another thing is disability could be financial disability as well. Some people might not be able to afford representation or the ability to come forward. And I think sometimes it hinders people. They just feel like they can't afford it, and then they don't defend their case because they just can't. They don't feel that they can afford it. So I think it's very important for the court to provide that kind of assistance for people who qualify, of course, or for financial assistance or for a public defender or some type of representation. In Arizona now, they have people who can represent individuals, and I don't know if this qualifies, but they don't have to be lawyers. And that measure is designed to provide people with financial problems who can't afford a lawyer to have some sort of representation, even in court, and they're not lawyers, for limited things, certain types of cases.
I see, thank you.
Yes.
I appreciate that. Judge Marwell?
Thank you. If you are selected for this position, please tell us how you would assess the efficiency of the courts, and tell us what we can expect from you in your first 90 days as the presiding judge of the city of Scottsdale.
Judge, I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry, it was too low. Could you maybe move a little closer?
Apologies. If you are selected for this position, and I've never been told I need to speak louder, so I always start softer. So if selected for this position, tell us how you would assess the efficiency of the court, and tell us what we can expect from you in your first 90 days as the presiding judge of the city of Scottsdale.
Okay, so I want to clarify. You said address how I would address the efficiency of the court. Was that the word you used?
Yes, as the presiding judge, there are administrative components to that position. So we are curious about how you would determine whether the Scottsdale City Court is running efficiency and what measures you would use to do that, and then what your priorities would be in the first 90 days if given the position.
Okay, well, within the first 90 days, my priorities, it's hard to answer that question having not just from the outside, but one priority would be to learn everything that I'm required to learn to perform the task. So there's going to have to be some type of learning curve there, especially. I guess me not being a judge, I might have to learn some things there. So that would be number one, and I don't anticipate that taking me too much time. Second, I would like to get to know the staff and who would be working for me, and I'd like to talk to them and to see how our sort of establish some sort of rapport, because I know that the judge is the boss. Usually in the courtroom, that's the judge is usually it's the judge's courtroom. It's usually how I refer to it. It's their court, but you still have to establish relationships and working relationships and have respect for everyone there. And so I would want to talk to them and get to know the staff. And 90 days is a long time, so I hope I would get into some cases. Maybe some orders of protection or some DUIs or different cases, and start working on those cases. The other part was, I think, efficiency, and without knowing what, where you were going with that, I could say that, if efficiency is, well, how many times do you continue? Is it being continued, or is this case progressing in a timely manner? Is justice being served? Is there have there been a lot of delays? What are attorneys doing to sort of just push this out and just expand the time? So I think that I would be cognitive of that, and try to just judiciously carry the case, because I know in Superior Court, rule number 1 is that these rules are to be interpreted to carry out, and I'm paraphrasing, but to carry out an efficient justice. So time, I think it's like the least costly and things. So that's actually rule number 1, to be efficient. So I think that's the best I could say at this point to answer that question. So you're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert.
Mr. Adamo, thanks for being here this morning. Tell us the tone you will want to set among your leadership team. In other words, what will the culture of the Scottsdale City Courts be under your leadership?
Culture. Well, oftentimes as a lawyer, I have to call the judicial assistant because I have to get something done, or maybe there's some holdup on a motion or something. And one of the things that I appreciate is when they're friendly, and they're very willing to help. Even though judicial assistants are very busy. They're always busy, and I'm aware of that when I call them. So I'm very, I don't like to call them because I know they're always busy. So so it's only when there's an emergency. But I have to say I do appreciate when they're friendly and courteous to me. So that would be one part of the tone, where I want my staff to make sure they treat everyone who calls, no matter who they are and how they act, with respect and with courtesy. Another thing is that some people can start out being very respectful, and then some people can push them. And so I teach the professionalism course at the bar, at the state bar. I've taught it, that part, and that's one aspect I talk about, is that no matter how far someone pushes you, you stay on the high road and you stay professional. So that would be another aspect, that everyone would be respectful. And I'm sorry, I said that already, professional. The other thing is in the courtroom, there would be decorum. So everyone would be acting professional. There's we don't get anywhere with people yelling at each other or calling each other names. So that's not going to happen. There's not going to be that kind of tone in there. And that clerk that's sitting there on the side for me, that's doing all that work, that's going to be my favorite person, because that person, they're my savior. They do all those documents. They take care of all that stuff that I don't have to worry about. So that person is going to be my friend, and so I think I don't know how many. I really don't know what kind of staff I would have at the city of Scottsdale. How many people will be working for me? I don't know. I know that I'll be working with other judges, and I think that I would like to establish a relationship with them, because they're the ones who are going to be helping me move forward and become all I can be. I'm going to rely on them and be leaning on them. So I want to be able to establish a rapport with the judges, the other judges that I'm working with as well.
Kind of along the same lines, how would you describe your judicial demeanor?
Okay. Well, demeanor, I thought about that word too, and I also think about it, if you don't mind, I think of it as temperament as well, judicial temperament. And I thought about that a lot when I was watching the confirmation hearings for the Supreme Court. So I think that a judge has to be, well, number one, has to be patient. So I would be patient, of course, courteous. Some of the cases I handled as a pro tem were name changes, and originally I thought, oh, these are not that. People just want to change their name. But then it opened up this great big world of why people wanted to change their name, and everybody has a story. And some people are very, very animated about their story. So being courteous to people is very, it's how it is received, which is so impressive to me. So they really appreciate it, even though they hold you, the judge, up to such respect that when you just give a little bit of courtesy and show some humility, it goes a long way. And I think judges have to be dignified. And all of that, to everyone, to the jurors, will it be jurors in city? Does city have jury trials? Yeah, I would assume, right? Yeah, okay. So to jurors, to witnesses, to other lawyers, I would expect the same in return, even to the staff. And I will follow suit and give them that as well. So it wouldn't be a tyrant. And I remember, and I don't want to, I know I should probably say this, but I remember Brett Kavanaugh, and he was very, very. I didn't like how he treated those senators, and so I would never treat anyone with that kind of disrespect, regardless of how I felt about them, or anything. I would maintain my professionalism and know that I have to do a job, because these people are coming to me because they can't resolve a dispute, and I'm there. That's a very important job. And as a lawyer, I try to keep those people away from the judge. I try to settle it, because I say, you don't want that judge to decide your case, because then you don't have any control over the outcome. So when I'm there and I'm deciding this case, it's a very important thing to me, because I know that they're relying on me to make the right decision for them.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you. Judge Kiefer, would you like to take the final question? Then we'll ask for a closing statement from Mr. Adamo.
Certainly. Thank you, sir, for being here with us today. Appreciate your time. The Scottsdale City Court is known to be a progressive system that incorporates best practices. What has been the most innovative change that you have made that increased efficiency of any process, and particularly if it involved the use of technology?
Okay. Well, I think in one word, my iPad. The iPad is. I'm using this little device, and I could put things on the screen, and I can point, and I can do all these things. And I was in this case where we actually had video depositions, and we were able to put on the screen video depositions for the jury. So I think these smaller devices like iPads, and the court having facilities that allow that to occur, it really helps because what we're doing in court is we're trying to get the facts. We're trying to get to the bottom of the dispute. What are the facts? And I think that kind of technology really helps to present the facts that we need to make the decision. And so, I'm sorry, then there was another part of that question, the first part of the question.
Well, I think maybe the only other piece that we were looking for is if there's been anything of more of an institutional implementation. So maybe that's beyond your personal use of a device or technology, but that you have been able to more broadly institute in any organization.
An institution. I'm stumbling because I'm not clear on what it's a little bit too broad is what I'm saying. What are you talking about, like things that you would use to try the case, or because maybe this might be the thing where that might be a question that you would ask a judge, because a judge has already had that experience being a judge, and I haven't been a judge yet, so I've been a lawyer, so I'm looking at it from a different perspective. Do you mind if you would just elaborate just a little bit further on that institution? Like,
Sure.
Give me an example.
Maybe it includes something in your law practice or in a law firm, or if you've had other employment experience. So it doesn't necessarily have to be judicially focused. That might be ideal, but any time that you have instituted innovation or change, and in particular if it involves a technology component.
Okay, well, a little tidbit about me. Lawyering wasn't my first career. My first career was computer programming. So I was a computer system analyst. So technology, I embrace technology. I use technology, and also, I also know the limits of technology, and I know the dangers of technology. Never click on a link, right? So things like that, you have to be careful of that. Well, I have always been keen to it, and I don't recall where there was anything that actually stuck out. I just used it, what I needed to accomplish a task. So if I needed to do a video deposition, I would use that technology. I would use that institution, so to speak, to take the deposition. So I think maybe the best answer here is that I'm aware of technology. I keep up with technology. I understand technology based on my background. And I understand its limits, I understand its powers, and I will use whatever capabilities are available. So recently, something just came to me. Recently, we've been using Zoom to conduct hearings. I haven't been in a courtroom. This is the closest I've been in a courtroom for a long time, because of most of my hearings have been Zoom hearings. And so at first I was skeptical, but I'll tell you, I'm impressed. I did a settlement conference with Zoom, and I was able to have the two parties, and I was able to use the rooms. And so I think that Zoom technology may have changed our lives, and maybe we didn't know it yet. We don't even know it, because I think we're going to have a lot of that, where you can come into and be in a courtroom and do it through Zoom. So I'm sorry. Maybe I didn't answer your question, but I tried.
I understand. I appreciate your time and answer. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Adamo, we have about 4 minutes left for this conversation before I hope you go out and enjoy some of Scottsdale's activities that are now coming to life. But would you like to take a minute or two and just give us a concluding comment?
Sure. In preparation for this, I watched the January 11th video. It's on YouTube. So I actually got to meet all of you before I got here. So, and I know that one of the things that well, let me say this first. I know that there are other people here that have stronger qualifications. So I understand that, and I also understand and I appreciate. I think someone said that they didn't want to waste any of our time. So I appreciate that because maybe I'm not the strongest candidate, and I fully understand that. But he's not here today, but Mr. Adamovich, I hope I said that right. And it's interesting because his name's very similar to mine. If you didn't, see that. But he said that that when you were having a discussion about the candidates and how many you wanted to interview, he said that you never know how somebody is until you can get to meet them. And to hear them and to see them and to hear what they have to say. Because honestly, my career can't fit on one piece of paper. I can't put it on there. I have to give you a book of everything I know, all of the things that I've done, the cases that I've done, the accomplishments that I've made. When I graduated high school as a welder, and here I am, right? So it's been a long road, and so the only way for you to see what kind of person I am and what kind of temperament I do have is to just by, as Mr. Adamovich said, you have to meet these people. So I think that's a good decision on your point, is to have some people in here, even though you may be set on on 3 other individuals that may have stronger characteristics than I do. The best I could do is come here and to show you who I am and what kind of person I am. And I have 1 minute. And so I have been recently doing those pro tem conferences, and I've done 3. And my first one was in September, and I was nervous because I thought, well, I've never done this before. I've done pro tem judge, orders of protections, those things, but didn't do settlement yet. And so I was able to settle that case. And then I settled the next one, and then I settled the third one. And the third one was very difficult. I didn't think I went into that thinking I was gonna do it, but I did it. And so I think in order to settle cases, you have to have some sort of idea of what it takes to resolve disputes. And that's what a judge does. A judge resolves people's disputes. It's like, we can't figure this out. We need you, judge, to help us figure out what this dispute we're having. So that takes a lot of listening. It takes a lot of fact finding, and it also takes a lot of, following rules, following the law, applying the facts to the law. Sometimes the law is the law, and you even though you may think something differently, you have to follow the law. And that's what a judge does. And a judge applies the law, because oftentimes I find out that people that aren't in the legal field, they see things in a certain way. And it may not be the legal way. So it's the reality and the legality. And oftentimes I think it helps them when a judge can explain that clearly to them.
Thank you, Mr. Adamo. That was perfect timing. We sure appreciate meeting you today. Thank you so much. And
Thank you for
have a good rest
having
of
me.
your day.
And I hope you have a good day today. I know it's going to be long.
Thank you. And we'll just take a moment while Mr. Adamo leaves the kiva, and we will wait for our next candidate, Marianne Bayardi.
Blue light.
Good. You may take off your mask. Thank you. Thank you, Judge Bayardi, for coming to meet us and to speak with us today. We appreciate it. And we have several questions to ask of you. We have 30 minutes. There'll be 5 particular questions that we can discuss, and then we would ask at the end if you would like to give a concluding statement and offer anything about yourself we might need to know in this regard. So thank you very much. We'll start with...
Excellent. Thank you all very much for having me here this morning.
It's our pleasure. I'm going to start with Laura on my right, Ms. Engineering.
Good morning, Judge Bayardi. Thank you for being here. First question is, besides what has been provided in your application materials, what else would you like to share with us regarding your qualifications, accomplishments, or desires for appointment? And then additionally, is there anything you wish us to be aware of that might impact your appointment relative to your good standing with the Arizona Bar?
If it's okay with you, I'll take the second part of that question first.
That's
And
fine.
the
Thank
answer to
you.
that question is no. There isn't anything that you need to be aware of that would impact my good standing with the State Bar or with the Judicial Commission. I have had a life mostly of public service. I've had a few jobs that weren't public service sector jobs, but my career has been public service, and I take that very seriously. I believe that the judicial system works when people are willing to come into it and to give it their best and to be honest and ethical and reasonable. And certainly it's the court's responsibility to provide due process, but also equal access to the law. And I believe that I have spent my career doing those things. You said things that are not in my resume, so it's a little bit hard because most of what I would want you to know would be in my resume. But during my time at the City of Phoenix, I have enjoyed being on the bench immensely. I enjoy the relationship that I have with my colleagues. I enjoy working with all the stakeholders when there's an issue that comes up that we need to have some sort of consensus on, or at least to get input regarding. As the assistant presiding judge for the last 3 years, I've had that role to a greater extent, and I think it's always important to engage people, whether that is the other judges, whether it's staff, the stakeholders, because oftentimes if you make a decision in a vacuum, there are all sorts of unintended consequences that you can't anticipate. But when you engage the group, you can ferret out most of those things. Not all of those things, sometimes that happens, but I think that it's a very much of a collaborative effort most of the time. Having said that, there are times when a leader has to lead and make the tough decision, and I feel as though I'm prepared to do that as well.
Thank you, Judge Bayardi. And I have a quick question as well.
Yes.
So the City of Scottsdale is committed to equity in all its governmental operations. So if you could speak a little bit about what steps would you take to accommodate those who have perhaps limited English language, English speaking skills or cognition, or those who may have visible or even invisible disability needs, if you will, so special needs of those who come before you?
Certainly with regard to English speakers and non-English speakers, I guess more to the point, in order for people to do things knowingly, intelligently, voluntarily, which is what's required when somebody is entering a change of plea or waiving the right to counsel or waiving the right to a jury trial, for example. It's important that those people understand what they're waiving or what they're doing in order to be able to do that, as I said, knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily. With that in mind, it's imperative that we have the interpretation services, whether that is Spanish or other languages that are lesser used, I know one of the things that we do that I'm familiar with, we have on staff Spanish interpreters, and when there's somebody who needs an interpreter of a different language, we do our best to find somebody who fits that role and to schedule the court documents, or dockets, excuse me, accordingly so that they can have that person. A backup, which is not the best alternative, but it is an alternative, is the language line, which you may or may not be familiar with. I would venture to guess Judges Kiefer and Marwell probably are. The rest of you may or may not be. But the language line is a phone service where you can call in and say, hi, I need somebody who is a Swahili interpreter, or whatever it might be, and then they find somebody who can get on the phone and do that in the moment. That's a little bit more difficult sometimes on the phone, having those translation services. It's certainly easier in person, but that works as well. And it all comes down to making sure that people are in a position to understand what's happening, to make informed decisions, and when they finish with the court, that they know that they have been heard and that they've understood and been understood. Now, that may apply to a defendant. It could be a victim. It could be a witness. So there are all sorts of different people who may need that. In the realm of orders of protection and injunctions against harassment, it may be a plaintiff or a defendant in that circumstance. But it's vital that when people come to the court, they know that they can be heard and can be understood, and that they also have the opportunity to understand. I think it's very important, whether it's somebody who's using a language assistance person or somebody who is maybe of somewhat diminished capacity, but not so much that they would be Rule 11, which means that they would be not competent to stand trial. It's important to make sure that you take the steps to explain the proceedings. That is also true in cases of defendants who are not represented by counsel. They don't have an attorney to explain it to them, so it's incumbent upon the court to make sure they understand what's happening. So I think all of those things those are methods that I would use, and kind of the steps that I would use as well, priorities in making sure somebody has the assistance they need. With regard to access to the court for people with disabilities or special needs, obviously we have obligations under the Americans with Disability Act, and I'm certain that the City of Scottsdale and all of its buildings and what have you have made those design requirements so that there is that physical access. But I think it's also important to have an inviting environment. That's kind of a funny way to say it, but an inviting environment for people, so that if there is somebody who has, as I said, perhaps diminished capacity, but not so much that they would be Rule 11, that you take the extra time to be sure to explain what's happening, make sure that they understand the process, and not simply rush through things. We have very busy dockets in the municipal courts, and sometimes you think, well, this is the 10th driving on a suspended license case that I've seen today. But for that person, it's the one and only driving on a suspended license case for them, probably for their whole life. And so it's very important to keep that in mind and to give each person the time, the attention, the dignity that's needed. Now, that's not to say that we can give everybody a unlimited amount of time, because we do have dockets that we have to make sure there are other people who are waiting that we have to be attentive to. But it's a balance of those things that's critical in the courts.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Judge Marwell?
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you are selected for this position, can you tell us how you would assess the efficiency of the Scottsdale City Court, and also tell us what we can expect from you, or at least the highlights thereof, of your first 90 days as the presiding judge?
So in terms of the efficiencies, I think it's important to look at the courts, and I know that each division does its own scheduling and makes its own calendars. I think it's important to make sure that those are balanced so that somebody coming to the court doesn't have a substantially different experience if they're assigned to courtroom 1 versus being assigned to courtroom 2. There are certain things within the court that should be pretty standard, pretty uniform. And that's not to say that I would take away the ability of the judges to make those decisions, but I think having a basic plan is very important as far as those things go. I would take a look at that. I would also look at the time that people are spending in custody. I would look at the jail court operations. I understand that there's to be a new jail court. That's a project that's underway, and I have experience working with that, having worked with the county when they put together the new jail and the Phoenix contribution to that in the Phoenix courtrooms. I would be concerned with those things. I would also want to look at how things are going with regard to failures to appear. What is our failure to appear rate? How do we respond to that? What do we do to try and bring people into court? Same thing with regard to non-payment of fines or fees. What does that look like? What's our percentage? What are we doing to try and help people to come to court and be successful in paying the fines and fees that they have assessed against them? I would look at all of those things and determine where we stand with regard to efficiencies. If we're right in the sweet spot, that's awesome. If not, what are the things that we can do to improve those areas? And I would certainly look to the judges, to the staff, to the stakeholders, the prosecution, the defense attorneys. I would want to have a collaborative effort. How are we doing and where can we improve? What are the things that we can change to make the system work better for the community, work better for the defendants who are within it, work better for the victims who come to court? I would want to look at all of those things. Within the first 90 days, in addition to the things that I've just mentioned, what I would really want to do is assess the culture of the court and the ways that the court is working well. And I believe from my understanding of the reputation of the Scottsdale City Court, that's a lot. There are many things that are happening well with regard to technology, innovation, with respect to having people come to court and have their cases adjudicated fairly and quickly. But I would want to meet with all of the players and have those meetings to determine what can we improve on. Because I really believe that even the best operations can be improved. And my mom isn't the only one to say this, but my mom has said in the past, you know, God gave you one mouth and 2 ears, so you should listen more than you talk. And that's really something that I would do if I were to come in and become the presiding judge of the Scottsdale City Court. I would want to spend a lot of time listening and then figure out where to go from there. With regard to the jail court operations, for example, I know that that's something that's coming up. They want to expand the jail. That means making a new jail court. As I said, I have the experience with that with the ITR. You may not know what that is. It's the Intake, Transfer, and Release Facility. Essentially, it's the new jail. And when I came on as the assistant presiding judge, that project was well underway, but there were things that we needed to change about the way the operation was, about the way the courtroom was set up even. And I worked really hard with the judicial branch security for Superior Court, with the Superior Court, with the contractors, with our stakeholders to say, how is our court, how do we need to set it up so that our operations are smooth and safe for all involved? And I believe that I would bring those same experiences to creating a jail court here, the new jail court. I know that the Scottsdale City Court has several specialty courts or treatment courts. I have a great deal of experience with that, having presided over the Veterans Court for 4 years in Phoenix. And I know that that is an integrative experience, and it takes everybody cooperating to allow that to work properly. That would be my way of working as well. And so in the first 90 days, I would really want to listen a lot. I would want to assess where we stand, and then I would want to pick those few areas where maybe we can make some improvements and not just make a decision at that point, but have some more input and figure out what's the best way to move things forward. I would want to take what is a fantastic court and take it to the next level with the help of all involved.
Judge Marwell, do you have any further question?
No, I think that was a
Comment?
fairly comprehensive answer. Thank you.
It was.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Judge Bayardi and Mr.
Judge Bayardi.
Good morning,
Thanks for
Mr.
being
Gilbert.
here this morning. Thanks for being a candidate for this position.
Thank you very much for considering me.
You may have answered this question to a certain extent, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Tell us the tone you will want to set among your leadership team. In other words, what will the culture of the Scottsdale City Courts be under your leadership?
So when I first started as the assistant presiding judge 3 years ago, I had one of those page-a-day calendars that was quotes. And just about the first day, there was a quote from Catherine the Great that said, "I like to praise and..." What's the second word? Oh my goodness, I've just forgotten the quote. I like to praise loudly and blame quietly. And that's definitely the approach that I take. I think that it's important to be collaborative. I think when there is an issue, I think it's really important to address it at the quietest level possible. And, you know, sometimes there will be situations where something comes up and somebody will say, "Oh, you know, this happened, you need to send out an email to everybody saying, don't do this one thing." And I'll say, "Well, who's doing that one thing?" "Well, this one judge." "Okay, well, I'm going to talk to that judge. I'm not going to send out an email to everybody because everybody's not doing that." And I think when you take that broad approach, what happens is the people who really need to hear the message probably don't, and the people who don't need to hear the message think, "Well, why am I being told that? I'm not doing that." And so I think it's really important to approach things on an individual basis as much as possible. And I think that here's some examples. When I was started at Phoenix as the assistant presiding judge, we decided to implement a firearms project with regard to orders of protection. And what it is it allows us to enforce the law that's always been there about having defendants in certain circumstances have to transfer their firearms to police for the pendency of the order of protection. So what we did when we started that, I started by getting my court team together. I got my administrator together. I got my court staff. I got a couple of the judges. I had the people who did orders of protection. I said, "Look, this is what we want to do, so how do we move forward to do that?" And we set up, and we really got in our heads, what is it that we want to do? Why do we want to do it? And how can we do that? And when we had that, then we went to the stakeholders and set up a meeting with the chief of police, with the prosecutor's office, so that we could say to them, "This is the project that we want to implement. Can you come on board with us?" And they were delighted to come on board. They were enthusiastic to come on board. But then we needed their help. Okay, now we're going to have this transfer process from the police department. How do you want us to do that? What should we tell defendants so that everybody's safe? Because we don't want them running up and handing somebody a gun and then all of a sudden you have a police situation. How do we do that safely? What are the processes that we need to implement? So we got the team together at a court level, then we got the stakeholders together, and we put together this program, and now we have the firearms transfer project that's been going now for 2 years. I think that is an important way to lead. The culture that I would have is certainly an open door. I'm always happy to hear from people, and collaborative. And at the end of the day, though, as I said earlier, there are some decisions that fall to one person. And for those, I would be willing and able to make that decision, even if it's a hard decision. We made a lot of those hard decisions in the last 2 years during COVID, and I was part of the team, an integral part of the team making those decisions. Do we stop court operations? There were a lot of people who pressed for that. The answer was no, we can't stop court operations because we owe this to the community. We have to keep the doors open, but how can we do that in a manner that is safe for everybody? So we worked on all of those things. We pivoted when we needed to, and the last 2 years of COVID has been a tremendous training ground in leadership, and I feel like it has given me a great edge going forward, having been through all of those things, being a part of those decisions, and making that happen.
We've been talking about court administration,
Yes.
but I want to talk about you a little bit.
Okay.
How would you describe your judicial demeanor?
Before I got to the bench in the City of Phoenix, I was an administrative law judge. And in that capacity, we had a room and we had a tape recorder. Wasn't exactly a tape recorder, but a recording device. And we would go in there, didn't have a robe, didn't have a gavel, didn't have somebody announcing us. It was just me and the parties and the tape recorder. And that was a really good training for becoming a judge, because what you had to do in that environment, what I had to do in that environment was engage people, make sure that I kept things going in the right order, make sure that people were given their due process without all of the trappings of judicial obligation, or without all the trappings of judicial responsibility. So, no robe, no bench, no gavel. And so I had to learn how to speak to people in a way that would help them to follow the rules. And when I got onto the bench, I think I brought a lot of that experience with me. In addition to the fact that I believe at my core that people deserve, they deserve your attention, they deserve your transparency, and they deserve to be treated with dignity. And whether that is a $500 an hour lawyer who comes into the courtroom, or if it's a homeless person, that dignity is extended to all of those people. And I think it's also important to be able to keep track so that people know. There are sometimes I'll say to somebody, I'm sorry, sir, you're going to get a chance to tell your story. This isn't the time right now. I'm going to hear from him first, and then I'm going to hear from you. But you're going to get a chance to tell your story. And I think treating people with dignity, reminding them of the process so they know that they're going to have a chance, they're going to have a fair chance to give their point. I think all of those things are really important. And I try and treat everybody, whether I'm on the bench or off the bench, even with my court staff, with the cleaning crew, whoever it might be, I try and treat all of those people with dignity, with courtesy, because I really believe that at the end of the day, we're all people, and we all deserve that.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Judge Kiefer, we'll go to you for the final question.
Good morning, Judge. Thanks for being with us here today. The Scottsdale City Court is known to be a progressive system that incorporates best practices. What has been the most innovative change that you have made that increased efficiency of a process and also involved the use of technology?
So I agree with you. Scottsdale does have the reputation for being progressive, for being innovative, for being advanced technologically. I know that Scottsdale City Court is paperless and has been, I think, for something like 10 years. I think that's really remarkable and something that I would embrace wholeheartedly. With regard to the best practices and increasing efficiency and technology, during the course of COVID, well, let me start one step back from that. Before COVID, the way the process worked in the city of Phoenix was if somebody was sentenced and they had things that they had to do as follow-up, whether that was counseling or community service or what have you, we would set a sentence review hearing, and that person would have to come to court. And maybe it was just to say, I've completed 15 of my 26 domestic violence classes. And then the judge would say, okay, I'm going to set this for 2 months from now, and we're going to check in on you to make sure that you're still doing your domestic violence counseling. Or somebody to come in to say, well, here's proof of my community restitution, or whatever it might be. During COVID, we realized quickly we needed to keep as many people out of the courthouse as was reasonable. And so all these people who were coming in with sentence review hearings, we moved those to a telephonic-based system so that they could call in. First of all, they could send their materials into the court beforehand, and the judge would have the opportunity to say, okay, I see that you've done this, so we're going to continue your court case, but you don't have to come to court. But when there were questions, instead of having people come down to the courthouse, we would make those by phone calls. And at first, it was a little bit of a problem, challenge, I should say, because judges were used to having people, okay, this stack of people didn't show up, so we're just going to push them to the side, we're going to issue warrants, and we're going to move on. But now we've got to call each of those people, try and get a hold of them. And our success rate in getting a hold of people was good, better than people coming into the courthouse. But the biggest thing about that process change was that there were people who previously would have to take a whole day off of work because they might work a job that doesn't allow them to take a half a day. They'd have to take a whole day off of work, get to the court, sometimes by 3 or 4 or 5 bus transfers, and to show a piece of paper and be there for 5 minutes, and that was it. And now that we have the process where we allow the advance notice and also the phone calls, you have people who, they don't have to miss a day of work. They can step aside from their job and say, I'm going to take 5 minutes. Okay, Judge, here's what I've got. That's great. So those folks have been able to stay in their communities. They're not missing time from work. They're not having to try and get transportation downtown. And we're getting more people to comply with the terms of their sentence, which really is the basis of what we want to do. It helps the person who's been sentenced. It also helps the victim, if there is one, that the people are doing what they're supposed to be doing. And that system has worked out really, really well. And I know even when COVID leaves us, whenever that may be, that that's a system that we're going to keep in place because it's so much more efficient, it's so much more effective, and it serves the community that we live in. So that's one of the best practices. Certainly there are others. The firearms process that I mentioned, and that is a big community safety issue. The way that we work at the ITR, that has been a big, again, that's the jail. That's been an improvement for us. And we're always looking for ways to improve, not just for the sake of improvement, but because we want to serve our community. And at the end of the day, I think that's the highest calling of the court, is to serve the community.
I do have one quick follow-up for you.
Please.
With respect to the telephonic review hearings.
Yes.
Did you have a role in that was more of a leadership driver of the process, a user of the process? And if it was more of a leadership role, can you describe that?
Yes, thanks for asking that question. I appreciate the opportunity to follow up. So when COVID hit and we realized that we were going to have to make modifications to our processes, Judge Taylor, our presiding judge, called upon me to lead that effort. So what I did is I put together a team that included court staff, it included judges, it included members of the prosecutor's office, and it also included members of our court-appointed defense attorneys. So we had everybody at the table, and we said, okay, what processes do we need to change, and how are we going to change those? The telephonic review was one of the things that came out of that. Another thing that came out of that was a change to the way that we see cases. So, for example, oftentimes defendants would have a pretrial conference and they would come to that, and then they might have another one while discovery is underway and they would come to that, and then another one while we're still trying to get body-worn camera or whatever, and they would come to that. And we, with the parties, developed a system where at the first pretrial conference, the defendant is expected to be present. If they are represented by counsel, either private counsel or appointed counsel, they don't need to attend those next. They need to stay in contact with their lawyer to make sure that they are still engaged. And then they don't need to come back to the courthouse unless there's going to be a trial or a change of plea. That was another of the methods that we put into place as a means to try and make the courthouse safe, continue justice moving forward, and make the process more efficient and effective. So all of those came out of the group that I led, and again, it was a it was an effort from many people with different perspectives so that we didn't end up in a situation where we said, you know, hey, we're going to do this, and then the defense bar says, wait a minute, you can't do that because all of these things will happen. You know, we were really trying to avoid those unintended consequences by having everybody at the table so that we could make the best decisions possible.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the last couple of seconds we have, is there a concluding comment you might like to offer?
Sure. This presiding judge position is really two jobs. One of those jobs is being an administrator, and one of those jobs is being a judge on the bench in the courtroom every day. And I've spent the last 3 years in a very similar role. I'm on the bench every day, hearing from lawyers, deciding issues, moving justice forward. I'm also working on administrative issues every single day. Before I became the assistant presiding judge, I sat on the bench for 12 years and had a busy calendar, busy docket, looking for solutions, involved in committee work both at the court level and at the state level, always trying to improve our justice system individually and globally.
Thank you so much.
Can I just finish one last sentence?
You may.
Okay. And so I really feel as though I am in a position to have done both jobs at once and to do both jobs at once successfully.
Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Judge Bayardi. We appreciate your time.
I appreciate your time.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so much. Thank you
you.
for being here.
for our next candidate, do we have all of our board members up and on cue? Our next candidate today
Is Mr. Horne?
is Mr. Horne. We
Yes.
will announce, but I wanted to also ask Autumn to go ahead and give a suggestion for our listings of when our candidates will.
Yes, since we're running ahead of schedule.
May I interrupt you, Autumn? I'm sorry. Let's make sure that Tricia Schaefer is on. I don't see her unmuted, so let's wait until we can confirm that she's present as well, please.
Thank you, Ms. Heiser.
Stephanie?
Yes, ma'am.
I tried calling Tricia on her cell and there's no answer.
Okay. I think it makes sense to wait a few minutes for her to get back on. I think, the next candidate is scheduled at 11, but my guess is she's around. She's probably just stepped away for a moment.
Okay.
Autumn, would you suggest we start now and keep our regular schedule? I think maybe that's what we need to do.
Well, there's Tricia.
Thank you. I believe we have all our board members now. Thank you, everybody. We will go ahead and ask that our next candidate, William Horne, be brought to the kiva.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Horne. We have several questions to ask you, and then we'll take the last couple of minutes of the 30 minutes allotted time to ask if you have any comments at the end. So I would ask Laura Engineeri to my left and your right to begin the questioning. Again, thank you for joining us today.
Good morning, Mr. Horne. Thanks for being here this morning. Besides what's provided in your application materials, what else would you like to share with us regarding your qualifications, accomplishments, or desires for appointment? As a second part of that question, is there anything that you wish us to be aware of that might impact your appointment relative to your good standing with the Arizona Bar?
Well, let me address the second part because that's the easy question. And no, there is nothing that would impact my qualifications or eligibility to sit or affect me in any way to present any sort of ethical issue with being a judge or affect my impartiality. I was thinking about that a little bit as I came in, and there's sort of, at least with my legal career, but perhaps also with my reporting career as well, I have maybe even been preparing for this position, not knowing it or realizing at the time. I think I mentioned in my application that I had lots of contact with judges. Most of them were very good. Occasionally, I ran into a couple of instances where the judge modeled conduct that I would not want to follow. In fact, I ended up writing a story at one point about a judge who had engaged in conduct that actually ended up with a public reprimand after the story was published. But most of the judges and the contact I've had wonderful relationships with judges, and in fact, it was a judge who persuaded me to apply to law school. I followed his advice. At the time, not even intending necessarily to be a lawyer, I thought, well, maybe I'll just be teaching First Amendment law. But I found that I love the law, and I want to, as I said in my application, I feel that being a judge is the best form of giving back to the community, of being able to make a positive impact, and to leave this world, I guess, in some measure, a better place for my having been in it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I have a quick question, please. So the city of Scottsdale is committed to equity in its government operations. What steps would you take to accommodate defendants who have limited English-speaking skills or may have other special needs that we should consider?
The steps, I think, a lot of the steps I think that are important to take have already been outlined in the Supreme Court report that was published a few years ago, Fairness for All. And when I look at what the presiding judge has done in terms of implementing some of those recommendations, or whether he did it on his own, I don't know how it came about, but things like ankle bracelets that allow persons of limited means to continue working, very important. There were some other recommendations in that report, and I believe Scottsdale has implemented some of them. But I believe it's also important to continue implementing those. They include recommendations, for example, on having Spanish language, for example, videos available in Spanish language brochures, having after-hours access if that's possible, having programs that assess bail, not so much on bond, freeing, whether a person goes to jail on risk assessment and not necessarily on a sort of a set schedule, all those sorts of things that can allow a judge, the court, the judges in the court, to try to have a very positive impact, not only on the defendant, but on the community. That would include community service. Those are lots of things that are out there, and they're good recommendations, but I think it's also important to go slowly and to get all the stakeholders to buy into that, the judges, the staff, the community. So it's important sometimes to try and get as much buy-in as possible. It's a process, I think, of making sure that the justice is really as fair and as impartial, and that people know that Scottsdale really, I think, already has an excellent reputation among municipal courts. There's been a lot of discussion about municipal courts, particularly after, post-Ferguson, where the Justice Department went in and took a look at the municipal court in Ferguson, which operated much differently than the Scottsdale Municipal Court. So there's lots of ways in which we can try to improve, and we should always try to improve access to everyone, regardless of their gender, their diversity, their social economic status, their race, their religion, or what have you.
Thank you very much. Judge Marwell?
Good morning. If you are selected for this position, please tell us how you would assess the efficiency of the Scottsdale City Court. Then, please tell us what we can expect from you during your first 90 days as the presiding judge of the court.
Okay. If I want to make sure I heard you correctly, Your Honor, what to address the efficiency of the court?
Yes. Ways that you would first assess the existing efficiency and perhaps implement new efficiencies, if it's different from your last answer, or you can refer back, of course.
Okay. For me, as an attorney who has not been practicing in Scottsdale Municipal Court, it would be presumptuous of me to say these are the things that the Scottsdale Municipal Court should do. I think the first 90 days actually would be to spend a lot of time assessing and talking to people. I believe that an integral to, or one of the most important functions of impartiality as a court, as a judge, is being able to listen to people. And I think in terms of being an administrator, that's equally true. When I have been an editor in the past and I had a team of reporters underneath me, I always believed that my task as their manager was to make it possible for them to, to demonstrate their best, to be at their best. And I think the first 90 days, a lot of my time would be spent listening to people, hearing what they had to say, and trying to find ways that allow them to do their best. And that would apply from everyone from a bailiff to other judges.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Gilbert?
Mr. Horne, thanks for being here today. Thanks for being a candidate for this position. Tell us the tone that you will want to set among your leadership team. In other words, what will be the culture of the Scottsdale City Courts under your leadership?
I think the culture should be one of service. I believe that we, as I just was talking about, I think we should endeavor to find ways to allow people to bring out their best. At the same time, I want the Scottsdale City Courts to continue their, what I understand to be a reputation for being a place where if a defendant comes to court, he knows at least that somebody's going to listen to him. And I think that's extremely important in terms of maintaining the integrity of the court and maintaining it as an institution that helps our Scottsdale as a community grow. That, you know, the Scottsdale courts are seen as places where justice is administered. And most as important part of justice, I believe, is one, there's a procedural component, but there's also the component of, you know, did I have an opportunity to have my say? Was somebody actually listening to me? And I think when that happens, regardless of the outcome, most of the time, parties leave feeling at least that they had their day in court. And did I answer your question? I know it was directed, I kind of moved it towards the court, but I think you were also asking about staff as well.
That's right. You know, the role here is twofold. It's administrator and judge. And my next question is, how would you describe your judicial demeanor as a judge?
Well,
of course, you don't have one right now, but what would you anticipate to be your judicial demeanor?
When my stepdaughter first met me, I was told this by my wife just a few days ago. She said, well, she always said you should be a judge. And I'm hoping that that meant that I had the sort of demeanor that was patient, was respectful, was listening to people, was not jumping. I was talking to my wife the other day about this, and I don't believe judging per se is about judging. Judging is more about listening, hearing what people have to say, applying the law to the facts, facts to the law, and trying to be as impartial and dispassionate about it as possible, but also weighing in, particularly when if it involves sentencing, all the factors that come into play. The defendant's ability to be rehabilitated or reform, or whether the sentence will have some sort of deterrent effect. But also, what will be the, does the community need to be protected in some fashion? Could community service actually be a very viable option? Community service, again, was one of those suggestions, recommendations that there should be more attention to community restitution and community service in the Fair Justice for All project of the Arizona Supreme Court. I hope my demeanor is one that's respectful and listens to people and is patient, and perhaps people say, well, he measured out some measure of wisdom in his approach. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Judge Kiefer?
Yes, still good morning, sir. Thank you for your time today. The Scottsdale City Court is known to be a progressive system that incorporates best practices. What has been the most innovative change that you have made that increased efficiency, and in particular, if it had a technology use or element to the innovation?
One that I have made, Your Honor?
Ideally, yes.
I don't know. In my law I think a lot of the law practice, again, the technology is extremely important, and I have obviously been involved in trying to understand ESI and other sorts of forms of electrical discovery, e-discovery, and so forth. But I don't think I can, that have been involved in actually adopting or trying to promote some sort of technological innovation in my law practice. I am aware that, as I think I mentioned, that Scottsdale does have a great reputation in terms of technology, and I think that needs to continue. And I would do my best to try to promote that. I think in the continue to study municipal courts too. Harvard Law Review just came out with a wonderful study of municipal courts, I think last year, that outlined lots of areas in which it was improvements could be made. Singled out Seattle municipal courts as being a leader as well. So I think it's always important to stay abreast of what other municipalities are doing and try to continue Scottsdale being a very progressive court where people know that they can come in and that they will be treated fairly.
I don't want to limit you too greatly. You know, consider your entire work history. Any types of innovation or change that you've implemented that has improved efficiency of your organization?
Well, when I started out as an investigative reporter for the Indianapolis Star, we started with a little Tandy Trash 80 or whatever computer that had maybe 1 megabyte of data that you could actually store in there, and we used an analytical program to study in our investigation of political corruption in the Department of Correction in Indiana. So at that time, that was very innovative, and now we thought it was incredibly a lot of fun to be entering all these records and analyzing them through a database that no longer exists, but it's certainly our phones certainly outclass what we were doing that time. What our phones can do today is far exceeds what that little computer could do when we had it in a little secret back room and we were inputting public records into the computer.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Horne, we have time left. You're welcome to revisit any of the questions that you heard today, or go ahead with any comments you might have as it relates to this particular role. The floor is yours.
Well, I guess what I'd like to impress is that I believe very much that municipal courts are not courts of record, and they are courts that are part of the state judicial system, but obviously to some extent answer also to the city of Scottsdale as well. I believe very strongly that there's sort of, as I think an Alabama municipal judge referred to, the front porch of the judicial system. They are the place where most people may have their first experience with the law, unless it's in family court, where other people seem to have their first experience, unfortunately, too often. I think it's a place where a court can make a very positive impact for the community and for the defendant. There's a theory I think I referred to in my application about broken windows of policing. I think municipal courts are sort of the area where you address small problems before they become big problems. And I think that's extremely important. I think it can avoid, can be a turnaround for many persons who come before the court. It's an opportunity to do some justice, as I mentioned in my application. There are lots of ways that I think courts can improve. I think Scottsdale has already undertaken many of them. I know that, for example, there's attempting to have specialty courts such as mental health courts, veterans courts, drug courts, and I think I would try to promote the involvement of Scottsdale municipal courts in working with those courts. And as I said before, I think many of the recommendations that the Supreme Court Task Force made, there are some that will needed legislative change, and there are some that I think we're maybe a little optimistic. I know, for example, it's fine to say that drug addiction programs are wonderful, but from my experience, the sad fact is that the rate of success tends to be somewhat low. So it's really the individual and the encouragement that can be given to the individual to try to make that change and get off of drugs that really has to happen. Nonetheless, I think courts can help try to promote that and make referrals wherever possible. I think that there are lots of ways in which courts interact with citizens, municipal courts interact with citizens that really affect the quality of life in Scottsdale. Not just for citizens, but for the people who work in Scottsdale and the tourists that come to Scottsdale and that are so important to the city.
Thank you very much. And board members, do you have any other follow-up questions relative to your first ones posed that you would like to revisit? No?
I guess I had one question.
Great.
You've talked a lot and impressively about the administrative side and your approach, but could you address, we've heard it said that the presiding judge's job is really two jobs in one to be an administrator and the other to be a judge. And obviously that second role would be new for you. So how would you balance the learning curve that comes from making the transition from lawyer to judge while having an overseeing and administrative role at the same time?
I think the balance of that is the way that I've approached any time that I've undertaken a new position, and that's to listen to people, to talk to people, to gather information, and try to do that as efficiently as possible. So I think obviously there is a learning curve. There's a huge learning curve anytime you undertake a new role. As far as being the presiding judge, I do have some experience in maybe as an observer, as a newspaper reporter. I've covered city government, I've covered states legislatures. I have a good interaction with city officials that I've had in the past. So I'm familiar with that role, but it's still a new role. And it would be one in terms of learning to maintain those relations to the benefit of the municipal court. Look, listen, and learn. I guess that would be the quick way of summarizing that. It is a transition, but I don't have any doubt that I could accomplish that well and efficiently.
Thank you.
Thank you, board members. I will ask one last time if you have any follow-up questions. No? Thank you very much. Mr. Horne, thank you very much for your time. Any departing words?
Not really. I just to say thank you very much for considering me for this application. Since I moved to, I think I moved to Scottsdale, Arizona 5 years ago, well, 2017. So I've been here about 5 years now. I love this city. It's a wonderful city to live in. It's got a lot. I like the work, play hard philosophy. It's got such beauty about it, and it's got lots of really wonderful things to that make up the city. And I would like to be able to give back to that, and I'd like to help the city as much as I can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy a little bit of the activities out around this beautiful grounds.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you guys gonna break for lunch next?
Actually, if it's okay with the board, we do have another member, a candidate here.
Is it the next one in order?
I think the board's ready to proceed with the
I guess,
next one.
Susan, I'd make a motion that we, given how expeditiously we've been able to handle the other candidates, and given that Judge Jejna is here now, that's my understanding at least, that we make a motion to continue with the morning interviews and then break for lunch at the conclusion of this. Further, the motion would say that if we want to take any of the other candidates out of order, but we will interview all the same candidates, that would be my motion.
Okay, and understanding that motion as expressed by Judge Marwell, do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
And we need a roll call vote, and we will get that shortly. Thank you.
Autumn?
Susan Galpin,
Aye.
Lori Igneri,
Aye.
Judge Kiefer,
Aye.
Judge Marwell,
Aye.
John Gilbert,
Aye.
Tricia Schaefer,
Aye.
And the motion is passed. We'll hear the next candidate, please. And that's Judge Jejna.
I just have a comment right now for our record that's going on. It is my understanding that these interviews will be accessible online somewhere. They're being recorded, and anybody from the public that wants to view them will still have the opportunity to do that after today, even though we may be taking some out of order or earlier than set forth in the schedule that was published.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate that clarification. Welcome, Judge Jejna. I would just thank you for turning on your mic. Welcome, welcome. And we do have, as you can imagine, several questions of you, and just a few, and then at the end we would ask for any concluding comments that you would like to make, rather. So we'll start with Laura Engineering on my left, and she will go ahead with the question.
Good morning, Judge Jejna. Thanks for being here. We appreciate that.
Good morning.
Besides what's provided in your application materials, what else would you like to share with us regarding your qualifications, your accomplishments, or your desires for appointment? And additionally, as a second part of that question, if there's anything that you wish us to be aware of that might impact your appointment relative to your good standing with the Arizona Bar.
I can do the second one first. I have excellent standing with the bar. I have no issues with the bar at this time, and nor have I ever. My qualifications, to some degree it'll be repetitive, but not necessarily. I've been in the criminal justice system for over 40 years. Graduated in 1979. And I've been in that criminal realm ever since, primarily in Arizona since 1981. I spent 20 years in Maricopa County Superior Court as a practicing lawyer, primarily practicing in Arizona as well as Maricopa County, but I have practiced in federal courts throughout the country. I've tried cases in the state of Iowa, on some complex drug cases that I was representing individuals on. I was a defense lawyer for that 20-year time period. During that time period, I developed, I think, a reputation in the community, in the legal community, which carries with me to this day. That carried me to the court. In 1999, I believe it was, year 2000, Judge Morgan, the presiding at the time, brought me on as a pro tem. Started out as a part-time gig, but actually developed into a substantially more than that. And I took over Division III. Ultimately, I was appointed in 2001. I spent my career at the court, or a court. I learned the ways of the court within the system itself. At our court, in the Scottsdale City Court, I've now been there for over 21 years in some capacity, mainly as the associate judge, but I'm the second ranking member and have been for the last 11 years. In that time period, not only do I have duties as the associate judge, but there are also duties administratively. I commiserate with the other administrators on issues that attract the court in terms of issues, infrastructure issues that we've encountered throughout the years and still encounter, procedural issues that come about in terms of handling certain things within the court system during proceedings as well as afterwards, mechanical things of bringing in juries for purposes of jury trials. There isn't anything in a City of Scottsdale court system that I haven't done as a judge, and at times assisting our presiding judge in an administrative capacity. Just to give you a little insight, our presiding judge, and historically this has been the case, the presiding judge in Scottsdale is really an active judge. That's what they do. They have an active calendar. So they're doing cases Monday through Friday, virtually all day. So if I was to characterize the presiding position, I would characterize it as a position that is 80% as a practicing judge on the bench and 20 to 25% of handling administrative matters. So I have the qualifications and have been approved or have a proven track record for the last 21 plus years of being in that courtroom doing the job the same as a presiding judge would be doing. I have other facets. During the 20 years that I was a practicing lawyer, I was also a businessman. The court, as Judge Okavaj has run it in the last 11 years, and he's talked to me about it many times, is to run the court as a business. We have constituents that we have to abide by, providing them with services. And we have tried to enhance those services over the years with innovation, being first and a leader in a lot of those categories. But you asked, what else is there other than in the application? And a lot of my business acumen is not in there. I ventured out, I consider myself somewhat of a pioneer. When the Soviet Union was collapsing in the late 80s, my background is as a Ukrainian, although I am born in America. I'm firstborn in this country. There was a desire by me and my family to develop a business in the former Soviet Union. When Ukraine became independent in 1991, I ventured out and began with my father, along with a partner in Ukraine, we joint ventured on a business prospect. We opened a restaurant. Now, opening a restaurant 8,000 miles away from where I lived was probably a big challenge, and it was. We opened a pizza restaurant. Pizza was non-existent in Western Ukraine. Ovens were non-existent of pizza ovens, so I had to coordinate shipping equipment from Vermont and from Ohio that would be able to get through, at that time, Moscow, and then back to the West to have it shipped. So I have a business background in addition to my legal background. And this has been, it was a passion, and we did it for many numbers of years. It still exists, although I am not active in it. Our local partner has continued on with the duties, but it's not something that I've had to become involved in as a judge. So from the business perspective, I have not only the business managerial capacity, dealing with budgets, dealing with employees, dealing with infrastructure issues. Anything that can be thrown at me is not a problem. And I've dealt with all of those issues, especially starting a business in a former Soviet republic was a challenge. I hope I've answered your question.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Judge Jejna. I just have one quick question. It'll just take about a minute, I'm sure. So we know that Scottsdale, the city of Scottsdale, is committed to equity in all its government operations. So for those who may not know, would you please let us know what your courts do to accommodate defendants who may have limited English speaking skills or may have other special needs?
Of course. Well, obviously linguistics is one of them. We do have an on-staff Spanish-speaking interpreter. Now, on occasion, we really do cover all languages. Our jurisdiction attracts people from all over the country, if not all over the world, especially during the golf tournaments, during Barrett-Jackson, and so we can have anybody that may require Arabic, Hindi, Spanish, French, Russian. It covers all languages. First of all, we have to identify the issue. If it's identified early on, sometimes in the arraignment court, we will typically stop the proceeding or not proceed with the circumstances, postpone it, and we can obtain through the services an appropriate interpreter. Happens quite often. It's not unusual. If it's an arraignment type issue or an initial appearance issue in jail court, we can also accommodate that with a special telephonic line. There is a service that's available that will provide a language interpreter where you can at least get the basics done. I've used that line on a number of occasions. It's not a preference of mine professionally because many times these individuals are more conversational speakers than they are technical legal speakers. So a lot of times when we're doing, say, an initial appearance in the jail court, we have to provide things like constitutional rights, providing them with all of those issues regarding reasonable doubt, so on, and we're using legal terminology that the linguist on the other end is typically not that familiar with, so they have to have a specialty. So we get the basics done in terms of release conditions and so on, and then we would formally obtain the services of an interpreter that would come actually to the courthouse. There are other needs that come into play, special needs issues, whether there be a wheelchair. There might be the requirement of any other type of services that would be necessary. We've had American Sign Language issues where we provide services for those types of individuals to obviously provide for their needs. And that's just normally a part and parcel of the procedures that we have in place at the courthouse in terms of accessibility and providing those services. There are other peripheral collateral issues other than, say, physical needs or linguistic needs. Sometimes we'll have individuals that have mental health problems. Usually if that's a situation where they've been brought in There are services for mental health issues where orders are provided in terms of not incarceration, but rather a mental health hospital for a 48-hour or 72-hour period for them to be taken care of. And that is typically done hand in hand with the detention staff once we've identified that type of an issue. So the court is keenly aware of special needs, whether it be linguistic, physical issues, or mental health issues. And the court is fully, keenly aware of those opportunities, and we have accommodations for all.
Thank you so much. Judge Marwell?
Good morning, Judge Jejna. If you are selected for the presiding judge position, how would you assess the efficiency of the Scottsdale City Court? You addressed some of that already, but tell us what we can expect from you in your first 90 days if you're given this new position.
Thank you. Well, the court is ever-changing. We've all been challenged, and Judge, I know that you and Judge Kiefer have been challenged during this time period as all of us in the judiciary. But it's not just the judiciary. It's been business overall. In the first 90 days, I think that with my understanding of what's going on at the court, and this is something that I've kept an eye on for the last several years, there are some infrastructure issues that perhaps we can attend to. One of them in particular would be our jury assembly room during COVID is rather small. We've had to, in the past, when prior to COVID, it was an accommodating room and it was sufficient. But at this point, one of the significant things that we need to change, and I've already started the process in terms of getting some changes, and I'll briefly describe what it is. The room is small in terms of square footage. Under the AOC regulations, as you're aware of them, we are required to have social distancing as well as mask wearing. Well, when we bring in, say, 25 to 30 people for a jury trial, that particular room, square footage-wise, cannot accommodate the full group. So we have to separate them. Now, separating the jury at that particular juncture is not ideal, in my opinion. Typically, there has to be a little bit of an indoctrination, videos that they're sometimes played so that they get indoctrinated before the jury trial process starts. So one of the first things I think would be a thorough review of some of the infrastructure issues, but I've already started that process. I'm not the presiding, I understand that, but I can talk to the presiding, and I have, and I've indicated what the issues are, and the presiding has given me the green light to move forward on these issues so that we can start to accommodate. The problem is when we do separate them, the second problem we have with that particular jury assembly room is within the room itself, when you look at it from the outside, and I'll tell you how this happened to me, there's, say, 9 or 12 people sitting there in a chair like this with nothing around them other than 6 feet of space in circular or in circumference. There's no table. There's no attachment to be able to get to an electrical cord. To me, the citizens of Scottsdale deserve more. So that's one of the first things that we're working on, and we've already started the process. The next thing would be to get some type of furnishing similar to this. If I can get this type of furnishing for that individual, I'll be somewhat satisfied in the temporary term. But I think in the future, infrastructure issues will have to be discussed. The jury assembly room is one of the major issues. Our particular courthouse, just to give you a feel, Judge, the courthouse itself, historically, we were in an intergovernmental agreement many, many years ago, and I'm saying 20 to 25 years ago, where we were a city court coupled with a county justice court. So the county justice court ultimately moved out. From an infrastructure perspective, it's a labyrinth of hallways in the inside. In my opinion, there should be a much smoother operation from that perspective. The building is essentially split in two. On one side of it, we have our customer service side, along with at least 2 courtrooms and some of our civil courtrooms. On the other side, we have 3 other courtrooms. Now, from a perspective of, I think, just feng shui mechanics, it's not ideal, and it could be better. I would like to see an assessment done if I were to take in that position within a 90 days period and get an assessment and find out what is it that we can do to enhance our operations, at least from making it a much better functioning building for our citizenry. And so from that perspective, I would hope to see some significant infrastructure improvements. One of the other things, Judge, you're probably aware of it from my application, I spearheaded the innovative portion of the court in terms of not only innovation from text messaging and assisting individuals to making their court dates, but we're now running a court where we are utilizing not only Teams or Zoom type capability, but it's beyond that. And Judge Okawaj gave me the go-ahead roughly 18 months ago, or a little bit longer, to make that happen, and I did, along with my staff. I can't take all the credit because my staff were fantastic. I have a young staff that understands electronics, media, and everything that's involved in the IT perspective, and they are absolute heroes in my eyes because they put us on the map. And I'll give you an example. In the jail court, for example, and in my courtroom, initially we were utilizing an iPad. An iPad is fine for purposes of people seeing me, so I'll try to draw the picture for you. I'm sitting in my chambers at my computer. I have a camera with a proper background of the American and Arizona flag, and we were utilizing an iPad in the jail court where I would then, my face would come up on the iPad. That iPad was held maybe 15, 20 feet away from where the recipient or the person listening to me, that being the defendant. Eventually, when I was experiencing, a lot of times I could tell that the defendant had a hard time hearing me. So I had staff take the iPad and put it in a chair directly in front of the defendant. Now that worked for a while, but I remember several years ago, my wife and I and my family were at Stanford in Palo Alto. And I know I'm digressing a little bit, but you asked me the question, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. So we were in Palo Alto, and we were on the street walking for a luncheon. And all of a sudden, next to my wife and I, comes I'll describe it to you as a vacuum cleaner with a computer monitor on top of it. And it began to speak to us and walk with us, or rolled with us. It was on rollers. It was a person that was in Houston or somewhere in Texas speaking to us through that monitor as we walked along the street. So I thought to myself, again, it was a small monitor, I thought to myself, why can't we do that in the jail court? Why can't we get a rolling monitor like that? Well, we didn't go out and do a requisition for that because it was probably too expensive. But I talked to the IT people and said, what can we do to make this better? And they came up with, let's get a television. Let's get a big monitor, and we'll mount it on a platform that moves. Now, it's not motorized, so staff has to move it. So we did. We got a 55-inch TV so that when I come on that TV, it's my face in living color in front of a defendant, and I'm conversing with them just like I'm conversing with you, except I'm not here in person. I'm on the TV. It's brilliant. I think that our court needs to continue to develop the process. I'm extremely excited about this vision that I've been given to continue with this process. How has it come in handy? Not only the jail court. I'll give you another example, Judge, and again, why I'm so excited about this prospect. We were on vacation, my wife and I, in New York in July. The jail court staff forgot that I was on vacation. It was 11:30 in the morning, New York time. I get a text message from the jail staff, Judge, we need you in jail court. Okay. Luckily, I had my equipment set up where we were located, And I said, all right. I didn't tell her that I was on vacation because I figured that was just going to waste too much time. So I got on my computer, I fired it up, I logged in the way I need to log in, put my face on the TV because she had it ready to go, and I conducted the proceedings of the jail court that morning 3,000 miles away with people seeing my face on that TV. I think that the technology that is now available is going to get better. And it's something that we can lead the country in terms of providing that prospect. And so within that 90-day period, I would like to initiate further advancements in being able to take technology to this next level.
Thank you. Oh, I beg
I'm
your
sorry.
pardon, Judge.
I could keep going. Judge, I could keep going. I'm sorry,
I could listen to
Chair.
you all day. Thank you,
I'm
Judge
sorry.
Jejna.
My apology.
In the interest of time, we're going to ask Mr. Gilbert to address a couple of questions, and then we'll get to Judge Kiefer for the final. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, thanks for being here today. Glad to have you.
My pleasure.
We've been talking about administrative issues, but you're also a judge, and what I'd like you to do is describe your judicial demeanor.
I've worked on my judicial demeanor from day one. I think hopefully you've heard or read the things that people say about me. I'm humbled.
Okay.
I've worked long and hard at my integrity. A lawyer the integrity is what they have. That's their basis. When I walk into the courtroom, or even before I walked in the courtroom, when I walked into the courtroom as a litigator, that was my home. That's where I felt comfortable. That's where I could do my job. And I loved my job. But I knew that at some point in time, my days of litigation would be over. My desire was to become a judge for various reasons. We all have different reasons. But that was my goal. And I knew that to be a judge, you needed to have integrity. You needed to have heart. You needed to listen to people. And I tried at an early part in my career to do just that. And it carried with me. People remember me. I've been in the system a long time, and I've loved every bit of it. I hope to take it to the next level. My judicial demeanor is one of listening, providing guidance, and I thought about this concept. What have I done as a judge? Sometimes as a judge you have to be judicial. Sometimes you have to be a counselor. And sometimes you just have to be a friend. It depends on who's in front of you. I have been able to read people best, and I try to address that individual before me with what they need. And it's different for everybody. I think that's my judicial demeanor.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Judge Kiefer?
Good morning, Judge. Thanks for your time. I appreciate it. This is the question. The Scottsdale City Court is known to be a progressive system that incorporates best practices. And so the question goes, what has been the most innovative change that you made that increased efficiency of a process that involved technology? Now, I think you've spoken to that somewhat already. What I'd like you to do is focus on your role in bringing about that innovative change. So less about the change itself, but what was your role in bringing it about?
Okay. Judge, we kind of touched upon this back in last April. Maybe I glossed over it real quickly. In February of 20, I had a hip replacement. Now, I know you're a soccer player. I was a soccer player too. Not as good as you, but I was a good player. I played till I was 50 as an amateur. I probably wore out my hips, but I know I'm digressing a little, but I know you have a great background, and someday I hope to talk to you about it. Well, I wore out my hip, so when I came back, it was March 20, just before COVID hit. And we got, if you recall, we got a letter from the AOC to, I think part of the plan from the Supreme Court was separate your judges in preparation for COVID. Get them separated, and so that if we have some on staff, if somebody gets sick, we can get those judges come back. So it was March 15th, I'll never forget, it was 10:30 in the morning. Ken Kung, our then court administrator, says, pack up your stuff and get out of here as quick as you can. What did I do? You didn't do anything, Judge. We got to get you out of here. You're going to be our go-to guy if something happens. How am I going to do that? Get home, we'll figure it out. So that's what we did. That was my objective. My objective at that time was, you got to get something going in terms of how are you going to run your court from home. And that was what interjected the process to begin with, starting with this iPad idea. And as you know, we're paperless. So it's not as if I had to have files every day or a stack of files brought to me and brought back each day. I just fired up the computer, motions, everything I needed is in that computer. And if I needed to print something, I could print it, but that was the challenge. How are we going to do this? And again, I can't take full credit because my staff was stellar. My bailiff, she knew how to make things happen. We put together the program with initially the iPad, and little by little, we worked off of that. We developed an efficiency at that point because of the calendar. We're a high-volume court, Judge. As you know, we're a high-volume court. We push a lot of cases, and we have to push a lot of cases because if we don't, we're going to get bogged down. Our court didn't really get bogged down, except in one category where we had to stop, and that was jury trials. We all did that. Superior Court did that as well. But the day-to-day, the arraignments, the initial appearances, the pretrial conferences, everything maintained like clockwork. It didn't stop. We stopped people coming to the courthouse. We didn't need them anymore. We sent them a minute entry telling them, what's the phone number, what's the conference ID, call in. And the way I do it is I take all of them at one time, say 5 or 6, they come up on my screen, I take them one at a time, calling their last 4 digits of their phone number, maintaining some sanctity of their privacy, and then we discuss the case. Now, as you know, we have a lot of pro se defendants. In Superior Court, it's a little different. Most people in Superior Court are represented by counsel, and so dealing with counsel is a little bit different than dealing with pro se defendants. I'm sure you've encountered both. So that's what increased our efficiency, simply getting a bare bones process in place that was going to keep us from going underwater. And we were able to maintain that throughout the course of the COVID. And we're still doing it, but we're increasing our efficiencies as we speak. And I hope to continue to be able to do that, Judge.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Judge Jejna, thank you for your time today. May I ask you for just a closing comment, please?
Sure. I thought about if I was going to be given a brief closing comment. I've touched a little bit on this already to some degree, but just to get you to, so that you can get to know me a little bit, I figured let me give you a little bit about myself and some of the questions that you probably didn't want to ask or couldn't ask. So I figure I'll ask some of those questions for you, maybe adding a little levity. Mm-hmm. I always get asked this question, is that really your hair? And I say, yeah, it's mine. I get asked the question, how come you don't have an accent? Well, I do have a little bit of a Western New York accent, but I don't have a European accent. Those are typical questions I hear. My family came over to this country in 1949. I was the firstborn in this country of my family. My mother and father left during the war, displaced people or displaced persons for a number of years, settled in Austria. But I'm of Ukrainian background. I always get asked, what kind of name is that? You know, I was one of those kids that I would go to the grocery store, to the hardware store to get that license plate for my bicycle, and there was never a name Orest on there. Kind of like a real letdown. But it made me a lot stronger in terms of the type of person that I am. And so that was a little difference in terms of the type of upbringing I had. I also went to school for 11 years of my life during regular school with the regular kids, but I went to Saturday school, learning Ukrainian culture, geography, language, anything that would be relevant to Ukraine. And that was for 11 years, every Saturday of my life. Just an additional item to my life. Also, as a kid, sure, I grew up with a baseball and maybe playing some street hockey and American football, but my passion has always been football, the real football, the football of the world. That was my passion. Sure, I wanted to be a professional soccer player. I wasn't good enough. So I switched to I wanted to be a rock star, so I played guitar. I wasn't a rock star. But I still play. I played the game, as I mentioned earlier, till I was 50. I still enjoy the game. I've coached for 12 years of my life. I gave back to the community. When my boys were growing up, I was a coach, and I coached at some higher levels. A club that's now really not in existence. It merged. I was at the Sereno Soccer Club for 12 years as a trainer and a coach. Matter of fact, a couple of my players, usually I was with the real low young guys, U7s, U8s, 7 and 8 year olds that I coached and trained. 3 of them have gone on to play at a higher level in the MLS. One in particular is now Brooks Lennon. I had little Brooks Lennon at the age of 7 and 8. So it's nice to see these young men as adults that at least I had something that went well for them in terms of maybe adding just a smidgen to their lives. I'm sure they had much better trainers later on, but I gave them something, I hope. So other than playing guitar, having the passion for soccer, and just being a regular person, my final item that I have a passion for is human rights. I have a history of human rights activities going back to as early as 1985, when a ship jumper jumped into the in Belle Chase, Belle Chase, Louisiana, off a Soviet ship. I became a plaintiff against the U.S. government for violating my rights to speak with a potential client. That individual was to seek political asylum in this country. He was a Ukrainian sailor. There's a long history that goes on it. Someday I can talk to you about it over coffee. But I've taken much of your time today. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here, to giving me the leeway to speak as I have spoken. I take this honor dearly, and I hope to be able to lead our court to the next level of performance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Judge Jejna. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. You as well.
I believe we're going to take a break currently, and we will be back within a short time, I believe 30 minutes. Thank you very much.
Give you a friendly reminder that while you're together as a group, not to discuss JAAB business. And also, we do need to put on the record what time our recess will end so that the public is aware, and we just can't come back any earlier than that. So 30 minutes from now by my clock would be about 12:25.
Thank you.
But it's up to the board, of course.
No, thank you. That's perfectly fine. I appreciate your reminder. So we will take a break at 11:55 and return to the session, to the meeting at 12:25, unless I hear anything otherwise.
So quick question. Do we know at this point whether the fifth person on the list or the sixth is going to be available at that time?
Yes, we do. They will be available at 12:30.
All right.
Thank you very much. We're in recess.
Thank you.
board member virtually present?
Present.
Thank you. One moment. Thank you very much. The board has reconvened and we are back in session. So we would ask for our next candidate, please. Thank you very much. And this is Victoria Torrilhon. Did I pronounce your last name correctly?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's one thing we always need to get right. Welcome. Thank you for taking time out of your afternoon. We'll go ahead and proceed, some of us taking turns asking a couple of questions, and for 30 minutes we'll get to listen to you and then ask at the end for a quick closing comment, should you have anything. So thank you once again. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Engineering.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ms. Torrilhon. Thank you for being here. First question, besides what you provided in your application materials, what else would you like to share with us regarding your qualifications, accomplishments, or desires for appointment? And then as a second part of that question, is there anything you wish us to be aware that might impact your appointment relative to your good standing with the Arizona Bar?
I'll answer the first part, or the second part first, and the answer's no. And then the question about what I would like you to know is, and my interest, I'm extremely interested in this position. I think it is the perfect marriage of the skills and abilities that I have gained over the years of my career, including both in management and my legal career. I focused while I was in management in human resources, process improvement, organizational development, and as a leader, I think all of those skills and abilities that I acquired during that time and strove to excel at would serve the city of Scottsdale and the court well. And then, of course, my legal career, although I've never practiced in a municipal court, I certainly have demonstrated that I can master an area of expertise and master the area of law just by virtue of my record having done so in different types of law and having also succeeded in school, and I've been fortunate to be able to really master the jobs that I've had in the past and to continue to grow throughout. And I would very much appreciate the opportunity to serve the city of Scottsdale.
Thank you very much. And I have a quick question as well. The city of Scottsdale is committed to equity in all of its governmental operations. So my question is, what steps would you take to accommodate those defendants who have limited English speaking skills or may have other special needs?
Well, the access to the court would be, I mean, we would need to essentially do what we needed to do to make sure that that the people who are appearing in court have the ability to understand what's going on and to be informed about what's going on and to have no hurdles as to access to the court. So, for example, you mentioned people who may not speak English as their second language or as their first language. I noticed that there's an interpreter, a staff interpreter, or I believe that that position is listed on the budget. And certainly, if that interpreter or the program for people learning, I don't know what you call it, the internship program or something of that nature, if we couldn't handle someone's interpret the needs of the person attending, there are other services that can be used that are readily available through phone connections, and I'm assuming there's a contract with the city to accommodate people. But certainly someone's language or their physical abilities should not prohibit them in any way from having access to the courts.
Thank you very much. And Judge Marwell?
Good afternoon. If you are selected for this position, how would you assess the efficiency of the Scottsdale City Court? Related to that, what can we expect from you during your first 90 days if you are appointed the presiding judge of this court?
And I'm sorry, I didn't hear the word, was it efficiency?
Yes, the first part dealt with efficiency, and then the second one is a slightly broader, although less time period of what we can expect from you in your first 90 days.
Okay, so there would be several different ways that I think efficiency of a court could be measured and analyzed. One of them is the time it takes to resolve a case. So there would be statistics that we would collect to see how quickly people are receiving their decisions. There would also be, I mean, it could be broken down into a lot of different levels. So for example, the court has a lot of different constituents that it needs to take into account. So for example, juries. I believe we should probably be asking the jurors about our efficiency and taking care of them as well. And including victims, we would want to be analyzing their perception of how the court functioned and how, if we were resolving their concerns in a timely manner and in an efficient manner. Certainly using that feedback that we could get, we could overcome hurdles if some were identified, or if there was a slowdown, then we would just have to look at it from a quality improvement perspective. And I'm making this example up, but I'm sure has no, isn't something that's the city court is experiencing. But let's say we heard that from our constituents that being a juror was difficult because of the way we were processing jurors when they come in. Then we would have to look at that issue and see if there are ways to resolve it or improve it that we could implement. And some might be really easy to do. And I think the sooner that happens, the better. Now the question was really about measurement, and I apologize, I got off track a little bit. I don't know all of the measurements that are in place, but I'm confident that there are measurements in place that need to be paid attention to. I think data, once it's focused on, often improves, because once you become aware of something, you can use your energies to really improve it. And of course, there's a financial component to the court, and making sure that the financial, the fines or the fees that are assessed, that those are coming in a timely manner. There are so many different aspects. I wouldn't want to focus on just one, and then what one could expect from me in the first 90 days. And in my experience, it's starting a new position, in meeting new people. There's a time period where one needs to listen a lot and ask people, whether formally or informally, what they need from the role. And I would really be focusing on that in the first 90 days.
Thank you very much. And now we're going to go ahead and ask Mr. Gilbert to take his turn.
Ms. Torrilhon, thanks for being here. Thanks for applying for this position. If you were to be appointed to this position, presiding judge, tell us the tone you would want to set among your leadership team. In other words, what will the culture of the Scottsdale City Courts be under your leadership?
I would want the team to be very collaborative. I would want the people to feel comfortable bringing ideas and thoughts forward. I would want a real teamwork, a team that felt comfortable working together, relying on one another's strengths, and helping one another out. That's what my ideal would be. Now, how does one create that? I think one creates it by modeling it. I think one creates it, again, by listening and responding to input, and by allowing people to try things and allowing people to contribute their ideas. And if they want to take something on, let them take it on. And then and supporting them through that, not in a way like, yeah, go ahead, but really trying to help set things up so they can be successful in implementing their ideas. And really, collaboration is so important, and I find it more rewarding to work in a collaborative environment. That's just my personality. And in a team, everybody knows their own job best, and I think it gets really tricky when somebody who may not know the intricacies of what somebody is responsible for has strong opinions without that listening component to it. So I hope that answers the question.
Sure, thank you. And I have another question. You haven't been a judge, but were you to become a judge, how would you describe the judicial demeanor that you would want to have on the bench?
I would want to be thoughtful and respectful. I believe that I am in my current role, and I also, so I think that would be my nature. But I would also really, really want to give people an opportunity to be heard. When I work with pro se litigants, which I do frequently, I like to try to, even though I'm across the table from them, I really try to have open communication with them and explain what I'm doing. I would not want anyone to feel rushed and I understand their business realities to timing, but I would want people to understand the process and provide them the opportunity to ask questions if appropriate. So, and certainly with my pro se litigants, that's what I try to do. I try to communicate communicate with them over the phone if possible, and sometimes that's not possible. But then also try to follow up in writing, so if there's any misunderstanding, I've clarified it. And I also would want, you talked about demeanor, I would want everyone to feel equally empowered in the courtroom. I would not want somebody to feel overwhelmed by legal terms, or I can imagine that the process is scary to a lot of people, particularly if they're in the courtroom for a criminal charge. I imagine that that's even more scary, and I would want them to be able to understand what's going on.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Torrilhon. And Judge Kiefer, would you care to continue?
Good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you for being here today. Appreciate your time. The Scottsdale City Court is known to be a progressive system that incorporates best practices. What has been the most innovative change that you have made that increased efficiency of a process, and in particular, if it involves some element of technology?
Well, when this goes back a little ways, because I haven't been in a role for a while where I could influence the technology. I work for the city of Phoenix, and I'm not at a level that I can influence the technology systems. But when I was a director of human resources, I went through a process where we were trying to move to a system for performance evaluations. And it's been a while, so I can't tell you what system we selected, and I can't tell you what exactly we were looking at. But what I can tell you is we looked at a lot of different performance management systems and had demonstrations by different companies and looked at the financial commitment that they would make and tried to match what we needed in our system, what we needed for our employees and to help them develop their careers the way we thought best, and found a system and implemented it. And that's specific to the technology piece. I think one of the things that I've tried to do in my current role, and I'm a little different than, because I came in from outside, I came in as to an in-house position from private practice. So one of the things that I've tried to do is, at least in my own practice in-house, and certainly with my colleagues, talk about things that have worked really well that I've noticed from my prior experience, and tried to implement those best practices. So for example, it might have to do with the way submissions are done to an administrative agency. I just come with a different set of experiences that I can share and implement if I think they're productive.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So thinking about the questions that might have been posed or that were posed, board members, is there any follow-up question you might have relative to those that you would have of Ms. Torrilhon? And so now you have a wonderful time to submit a closing statement, if you will, or let us know something about yourself that would help us understand how you would perform this role should you be selected.
Well, I really believe that I could add, I believe that what I've read about and heard about from colleagues who practice in municipal court, that the Scottsdale Municipal Court is a truly excellent court, and that it has high standards. I notice that the employee satisfaction ratings are high. That's not to say that anybody should rest on their laurels, but it appears to be the kind of environment, and it's what I believe to be the kind of environment that I would like to work in. I think employee satisfaction is so terribly important, and oftentimes it can be what makes an enterprise successful versus not successful. And sometimes the feelings of the employees can be lost, and I really, in trying to get something accomplished, and I really think it's, I believe in the heart of my heart that the employees are what make it work. So I think I bring to the table an understanding of that, and I bring to the table an understanding that you can make decisions that are legal, and you can make decisions that are smart business decisions and that there's a way to do it to include the employees, and there's a way to do it to make it everyone's success instead of just a siloed success. And I think I bring that understanding to, I would bring that to the role. I also really would like the opportunity, and I think it would be just a wonderful way to marry the different parts of my career. In saying that, I don't just mean for myself. I think I bring that bundle of skills and abilities to the job to serve the city well.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time here. It was a pleasure meeting you. And you have a little bit of time left if you can think of anything else that you would like to let the board know.
I think that that really says it. I think I have throughout my career always focused on excellence, and I've always focused on trying to do a good job, doing the best job that I can, and trying to be fully present when I'm working. And I would do that for the city.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate your taking time today. I hope you have a little bit of time to enjoy the outside weather and the festivities as well in Scottsdale today.
Thank you. It's gorgeous outside
Yes.
today.
Thank you so much, Ms. Torrilhon.
Thank you. Nice to meet you all.
Nice to meet you too. Thank you, board members. We have one last candidate that we'd like to speak with today, and I believe he will be joining us virtually. That is Pierce Sargeant. And we will wait for him to come online. Thank you. We'll wait. We have our next candidate here, and am I speaking to Pierce Sargeant?
Yes, that's me.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you for joining us today. A little information on how we're going to proceed. You'll have 30 minutes to speak with us and us to you. We have about 5 questions we would ask you, and then we would offer any remaining time for you to give any closing comments. So welcome once again. We're going to start with Ms. Engineering on my left, and she will begin. We will begin with those questions in just one moment. Okay? Please stand by. We will be resetting the clock, Mr. Sargeant, so that you, I believe, can see it. If not, please let me know. We'll indicate the time. I'll indicate the time allowance that you have left. So, again, please stand by. Thank you. We have it now. So, again, Ms. Engineering, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sargeant. Thanks for being with us this afternoon. First question is,
Good afternoon.
besides what you provided in your application materials, what else would you like to share with us regarding your qualifications, accomplishments, or desires for appointment? And then secondly, is there anything you wish us to be aware of that might impact your appointment relative to your good standing with the Arizona Bar?
Okay. Yes, thank you. As it relates to my accomplishments, I've been going to Arizona State got my bachelor's at Arizona State, and I also got an MBA there. Also went on to Loyola Marymount for law school. All of those were great ways for me to develop and get a bigger and broader understanding of the different issues that impact both society and also the judicial system in general. Throughout my time, throughout my career, I have focused exclusively on trying to better my community. I have always focused on trying to pursue opportunities that help me develop, but also help me develop our community. And so those are things that are big and very important to me. I'm a person who was born in Phoenix. I grew up in Paradise Valley, and the first home I ever purchased was in Scottsdale. And so Scottsdale has a very special place in my heart, and it is a very unique place in the things that it offers, but also the challenges that it's going to face in the future. And so I think I have a lot of diverse knowledge as it relates to the city itself and sort of the issues that are ongoing in the city.
And then the second part of that question, Mr. Sargeant, are you aware of anything that might impact your appointment relative to your good standing with the Arizona Bar?
There is nothing. I have nothing in my background that would have any impact on my standing at the bar. And I actually just went through character and fitness up in Colorado, having just been recently admitted up there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sargeant. And I have a question of you, please. The City of Scottsdale is committed to equity in all its governmental organizations and operations, I should say. What steps would you take to accommodate defendants who have limited English speaking skills, and what accommodations would you make for those who have other special needs or special, and what is the word I'm looking for? Special, thank you, accommodations that are required?
Yeah, there are a number of resources that are available to the courts and the judicial system in general. There are call-in opportunities to call into different interpreters and different dialects even. And there are different ways to accommodate those people either through interpreter services or other software and other services that are out there. And I think those are very important to providing access to everyone to the court system. And, you know, there are different softwares or different modes that are available for people who have other needs or need other accommodations, whether it be a visual impairment or hearing impaired. There are different ways to accommodate those. It just depends on what the issue is and what would be the best alternative for accommodating that specific need. And there are definitely a number of resources that are available, and they are fairly inexpensive and very efficient in the way that they can be enacted and used in the court system.
Thank you so much for that. I will pass this over to Judge Marwell, please.
Good afternoon. If you are selected for the presiding judge position, how would you assess the efficiency of the Scottsdale City Court upon your arrival? And then tell us what we can expect from you within your first 90 days as the presiding judge.
Well, with regard to assessing the efficiency, that would be looking at going through how people come through the process, right? And how they're able to make it from the first moment they interact with the Scottsdale City Court to the time that they are finalizing and getting a resolution to their matter. So it would be looking at the steps and the time of getting someone through that process from when they check in to the time that they check out, and also looking at the ways that people interact with the clerk's office and the efficiencies that relates to there. There are a number of different tools that the city uses, both online and over the phone, and some of those are creating efficiencies, but some of those may also have an impact on the efficiency. And so looking at each one of those as it relates to the people who are coming into the court is really the way to evaluate the efficiency. And within the first 90 days, what I'd be trying to look at is what are those sorts of bottlenecks, the areas that are having the biggest problems, try to see what, if there's any efficiencies that can be implemented as it relates to those bottlenecks, or if that bottleneck is the real kind of issue in that's as fast as you're going to process, and then work around that and understand how to then implement a process around that specific issue. And it's really identifying where the weak point is, and then looking at the options, and then doing sort of a feasibility analysis of that in terms of what is the benefit, what is the cost, what is the ability to get, if it needs funding, what are the budgetary restrictions as it relates to that. But there are a number of ways to just look at customer service in general as it relates to the people in our city and the people that interact with the court system.
Thank you so much for that. And now I would ask Mr. Gilbert to carry on with our questions.
Mr. Sargeant, thanks for. There we go. Thanks for being here. Thanks for applying for this position. Were you to become the presiding judge, tell us the tone you want to set among your leadership team. In other words, what will be the culture of the Scottsdale City Courts under your leadership?
Under my leadership, it would be about collaboration and respect. I really believe that if you found everything around respect and mutual understanding, you can then work through issues, you can work productively, and you can start to address things in a constructive manner. And that's the most important thing, is that everyone feels like they're being heard, that they feel like they have an opportunity to weigh in. And that's not to say that they make the decision or the ultimate final result will be in line with what their sentiments may have been. It's that they are at least weighed in terms of evaluating that part of it and trying to understand where that sort of is coming from. What is the kind of motivation for that person to bring that about? And then trying to address it head on. I think the more you let things go, if you don't let everyone know that these issues need to be addressed directly and head on, those are the things that are going to tend to add another upon another, and it's just going to become unmanageable. And therefore, it's just really important that everyone understand that they have at least an opportunity to be heard.
Okay, thank you. You have not been a judge, but were you to become a judge, what would you strive for to describe your judicial demeanor?
Well, in general, I'm a very calm person. I think it's very important not to get emotional about things, and I want people to understand that I also care. That's very important, is that it's not just about me or what's going on. It's also about them and what issues are being faced and what issues are being addressed. And so it would be about trying to effectuate a strong but understanding leadership style.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Judge Kiefer, we would go to you now.
Thank you, and thank you, sir, for being with us this afternoon. Appreciate your time. The Scottsdale City Court is known to be a progressive system that incorporates best practices. What has been the most innovative change that you have made that increased...
Join the meeting.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah, no problem. I'm sorry. We had something come in on our line. All right, so I'm going to go back and give you the call of the question again. What has been the most innovative change that you made that increased efficiency of a process and also something that involved the use of technology?
I think they're kind of one and the same in that in my previous job, we implemented new software in order to automate and effectuate certain processes that were taking up a lot of people's time. That was really something that has already a very simple software in place that are inexpensive and very efficient. A number of the CRM where they'll automate emails, they will respond and let people know that there is someone who's going to get back to them and when they can kind of expect that. And those sorts of things are very important, in, especially for the city, in that the people in the city want to know that they can get a response and that they are being heard. And so the more that we can provide a good customer service, better. And the best way to do that is to create efficiencies. And efficiencies is identifying the areas that are taking up a lot of time and then trying to see where you can automate or otherwise bring in some sort of software or other technologies that would help in cutting down the time that people are wasting on, kind of mundane or, kind of more administrative tasks, because we all want to focus on the important issues. And that is really the people who live in our city, the people who interact with the judicial system, and then the people who support our city. Everyone who works in the courts, but also the people who work at City Hall and, and the other government entities that support all aspects of the city.
And in follow-up, with respect to that software system, did you have some type of leadership or management role in bringing that online, or did you just end up being a user of the system? If you can provide more detail.
Yeah, sorry. And so I was the one who identified the actual system itself, and then I was also the person who was kind of forefront in bringing it to our management team. I was not the person who made the ultimate decision. It was just one of those opportunities where I saw that we were having significant issues and they kept coming up, and I understood what the issue was and what the potentials for solutions were, and so presented those to management, and as a result it ended up in us adopting that software and then moving forward through the process.
Great, thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sargeant. We have a little bit of time where I would ask if you have any closing comments that you might make relative to what brings you to this interview, how you think you would be able to impact the city of Scottsdale further. It sounds like you are already ingrained in the city of Scottsdale life, having lived here and gone to school here. So I would give you this opportunity to give us any other information that relative to around this particular role.
Yeah, I mean, being native to Phoenix, I was born here. I grew up here. You know, I've gone to school here, and I live here in the city. I lived. You know, the city was the first place I ever purchased a home in, and I've always found Scottsdale to be near and dear to my heart. It's the place that really embodies kind of everything about who I am in many ways as it relates to setting goals and also accomplishing tasks, but in a way that still preserves your brand, right? And doing everything in a way that continually shows what you're about and who you are really important to me. And I feel like the city of Scottsdale knows who they are, they know what they're about, and they know what their brand is, and they stay on brand. And that's really what I see as the big thing, or the big reason why I really want to be involved in the city, and I really wanted to take on this position, is because I think I have the same mentality and ideas as it relates to the way to keep the city in its same values and keep the city growing in the way that it has been and the way that it wants to, you know, because growth is great if you do it productively and meaningfully. You know, growth just wildly and without any sort of thought can be unwieldy and kind of go haywire if you allow it to then go away from who you are or what you're about. And so as it relates to what the city is about, again, I've been here my whole life. I've seen how it's grown. I've seen the challenges that we have as it relates to tourism and the benefits that we get from that, but also, you know, some of the unfortunate consequences of that as well. And so there is this very unique dynamic that I think the city of Scottsdale is dealing with in terms of the way it's growing, but also the way it's holding on to its culture and the things that it holds near and dear. And those are the things that I've always found to be very important to me, and I've always found that to be a big part of my life. And I think all of those same values are the things that I really espouse and I really admire and appreciate about the city.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Sargeant. I sense your excitement about the city of Scottsdale, and I appreciate your thoughtful answers. Thank you so much for your time, and have a lovely rest of your day.
Thank you, too. I appreciate everyone's time. I appreciate the consideration, and I just can't thank everyone enough. And I wish everyone the best of luck, and I hope this is a productive process for everyone and that results in the best candidate possible. So you have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you, everybody. We have completed item number 5. Number 5 on our agenda today. It brings us to number 6, where we determine candidates to recommend to City Council. At this time, we are able to hear a motion for moving to executive session, if that's what we wish.
Yes, so at this time, I'll make a motion for us to go into executive session. I believe that there are a couple of things that are probably best discussed in that environment.
I'll second.
Thank you. We'll take a roll call, please.
John Gilbert.
Aye.
Susan Galpin.
Aye.
Laura Engineering.
Aye.
Judge Kiefer.
Aye.
Judge Marwill.
Aye.
And Tricia Schaefer.
Aye.
Thank you. So moved. And we will go to executive session currently. Thank you. And we are back in session. I'd like to make sure that Tricia, our board member, Tricia Schaefer, is online, please.
Present.
Thank you. Hi, Tricia.
Good afternoon.
Welcome back. We are continuing with item 6, determine candidates to recommend to City Council. We're going to have a general discussion among us about those candidates who we heard today, and then we will go forward with determining if we want to send up a particular number of candidates to the City Council and Mayor for consideration. I open the floor, board members, to that discussion and would ask Judge Kiefer to lead us.
Thank you. So my understanding is that our charge at this point is to send a list of at least 3 names forward, that we do have the ability to either reopen or ask to reopen the candidate and interview process. It is my view that we have at least 3 candidates that are reasonably qualified to serve in the role as the Scottsdale City Court presiding judge. In my view, the role of the presiding judge is really dual-hatted. That person has to sit as a regular trial judge with a regular calendar, but that person also has significant administrative responsibilities. And in my view, there are 2 candidates that we interviewed today that are particularly well-suited for that role, and that would be Judges Marianne Bayardi and Orest Jejna. I think their background and experience positions them both extremely well to take on the duties of the Scottsdale presiding judge. Notwithstanding that, I believe that an additional person or 2, and in my view would be Victoria Torrilhon, has also some interesting background and experience that would prove useful and provide value in the role of the Scottsdale presiding judge. I think she lacks some of the specific judicial experience, so that would be a very steep learning curve, and that is different than the other 2 candidates. But I think some of her professional experience outside the law in human resources and management could provide value. So I would support those 3, but I'd love to hear discussion from others on any candidates.
And I would ask Tricia Schaefer if she would like to go forward with her portion of the discussion.
And the portion of the discussion would be?
Any comments you would care to make about the candidates that we've had.
I would echo what has already been said.
Thank you very much. Judge Marwell?
I'm in line with Judge Kiefer's comments. The comments that I would make is that there appear to be 2 candidates that are well-suited to hit the ground running tomorrow if they were selected as the presiding judge of the city of Scottsdale, and that the 3rd candidate identified with Judge Kiefer, although having an interesting human resource background, would certainly need a significant amount of time to learn how to be a judge in order to learn how most effectively to lead the court into the future. I would note that for me, the 2 candidates with judge experience are both really skilled administrators, and it seems to me that the choice for the city council going forward, and one that should not be made by this board, is whether they want to keep going forward under Judge Okabaz's vision for the court, which Judge Jejna would move forward, or if they want a significantly different personality in that Judge Bayardi. But I certainly think that the city of Scottsdale is in the happy position of being able to choose from at least 2 and maybe 3 highly qualified candidates. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Marwell. And Tricia Engineering, or Laura, I beg your pardon.
Thank you. I don't disagree with anything that has been said to this point. I I do think that all of those that we interviewed are all qualified in their own way, and appreciate that we were able to interview all of these individuals. I do think there's the top 3, maybe 4, that we should consider including in the list to the mayor and the council. And I would agree with what's been said so far, that the top 3 includes Victoria Torrilhon, and then I would say the 4th one might be William Horne, that we may want to include in that list.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Gilbert?
Well, first thing I want to say is that the city of Scottsdale is fortunate to have so many qualified candidates. I think all 6 of these are just outstanding people, and we're glad that they've applied for the position. Insofar as what everybody else has said, I pretty much agree with it. I think that my top 3 would be Judge Jejna, Judge Bayardi, and Victoria Torrilhon. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much. I would just say that echo everything that those board members have said. I just really appreciate the interest and the energy that our candidates brought, and that they spent a good portion of their day with us so that they could let us know a little bit about them. At this time, I might go back to Judge Kiefer and ask if you have any other comments about our candidates, or if shall we go forward with identifying those candidates who we would like to put forth as our selection, if you will, to send to the city council and the mayor.
Yeah. I don't have any other commentary at this time, but I would make a motion at this point that the Judicial Appointments Advisory Board forward the following 3 names for the position of Scottsdale City Court presiding judge: Marianne Bayardi, Orest Jejna, and Victoria Torrilhon. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, but that's the slate of candidates that I would recommend, or I motion that this board send forward to the city council.
I'll second it.
Thank you. And may we have a roll call, please?
Susan Galpin.
Aye.
Lori Engineering.
Aye.
Judge Kiefer.
Aye.
Judge Marwell.
Aye.
John Gilbert.
Aye.
Tricia Schaefer.
Aye.
Thank you, and it has passed. We will go forward and present those names to the city council and mayor accordingly. Thank you very much. At the close of number 6 on our items, we are now in... Yes.
Pardon me, Ms. Galpin. Before we move forward, does the board want to discuss how they wish to present those names to the city council? You can do it in a letter, which HR and staff can help you work with to draft. And then someone should also make themselves available for the mayor and council if they have any questions.
So discussion, board members?
Excuse me, everyone, sorry about that. I would definitely recommend a letter. I would recommend that the letter provide at least some input on the candidates from our perspective. I don't think it has to be extremely long, but maybe something a little bit longer than just the names. That I would propose at least that piece.
Is there a volunteer from the board to help author this letter and write those paragraphs with city staff?
I would be willing to do that.
Thank you very much. Judge Kiefer has volunteered. And for that person who would be available to council, should there be any questions, would you?
I can be available if
Wonderful.
Judge Kiefer doesn't want to do both. So.
Yeah, excuse me, I'm sorry. Were you saying something, Stephanie?
Apologize. Yeah, you don't have to, and if you want to decide that part later, as long as we know who we can tell council will be available, that's fine. You don't have to decide that right this second, but we should get the letter going.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Judge Kiefer, for taking that responsibility. Number 7, future agenda items. Do we have any future agenda items at this time? And hearing no response, we'll close that item number. Want to thank the city staff and my board members and our guests and our candidates who came in and the public who will watch this online. This has been quite a process. So thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'm calling this meeting adjourned at 2:33. Thank you all.
Bye-bye. Thank you.